Well, good morning, I think. OBS doesn't want to play nice this morning, I guess. It doesn't want to know about the stream, so we'll see if we get this. Looks like it's streaming, so let's hope so. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, in case this is working. This is my virtual trading journal. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, the 16th of March, 2026. We have rolled to the M contract today, so everybody better be aware of the rollover. Assuming that this is working here, this is my virtual trading journal. Not getting anything in the OBS panel. I don't know what's the matter here. I guess it's working. I don't know. Let's see if it's live streaming. Let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah, there we go. It seems to be streaming. I'm just not getting any pickup on my OBS YouTube connection. All right. Well, anyway, so this is my virtual trading journal. The purpose here is that I don't multitask well, and so I want to focus on trading rather than screen snapping and typing and all those things that are required for a journal. I capture everything on my videos that I'm watching, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I'm thinking. So there you go. That's how this works. And it works pretty well. The unfortunate part is I have a commitment to take no trades on the stream take no trades on the account off of the stream. And so the stream is 7 hours long every day because I start now with the pre-market and it goes through 16 or 1500 every day, which is the cash close. Wow. Pollen here is really high. My eyes are falling out of my head. All right. So I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice. That's not my intention. But what I do is trade live here on Bookmap. And this is a live futures account with AMP futures funded by me with my money. So this is live trading. And this is Bookmap, and this is my charting software, which is IRT. And I do back testing and experimental stuff over here. In the case of like this, for example, today at the Open, this will be testing this proposed strategy, and it will be within the simulated environment in IRT because I'm not going to be sending some test over to real dollars, right? So I want to be clear about that. All right. Let's see what else. Oh, there's a description there's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. Again, I do trade live, and I trade live in detail, anticipate the trades, the setup, column, I have to articulate this because that's how I get my thinking into the stream. I hope you understand that. So, well, I wish this would work. Right, I'm confused over here, but I guess everything's okay. So there we go. Yeah. I hate it when there's snafus at 5 minutes to 8. 5 minutes to airtime. That's weird. Anyway, let's get on with the numbers here this morning, which are, fortunately for us, not particularly, obviously we're in war, so, what do you want? But the reports for the day are, and we got Empire State out and industrial production, but they're all 2-star. And so this stuff is not particularly market moving, and that's good. I use 2 separate news sources. One is investing.com. They focus on and only report typical economic calendar events, non-farm payroll, GDP, PM, PCI, Fed stuff. It's free. You can filter it for anything you want. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to watch out for the Nikkei, there you go. Filter it and away you are. They also have earnings, and we're still getting earnings, actually. You can search up and down, weeks ahead, whatever. I prefer this one. And another interesting thing here is that you can, if you don't know what the Canadian CPI is about, you can click this headline and it'll take you there, tell you all about the report, who puts it out, what the previous releases were, etc. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is this thing. It has a similar calendar here, but not, you can't click somewhere and get to what this is about that I am aware of. It is also free. My theory about free is I know the ads are obnoxious, but this way, anybody that's participating in the stream, and welcome, by the way, I really appreciate it, can have access to the same resources I do. They don't have to be watching over my shoulder or looking at the stream. If you want to be doing your homework at night, you can do this without spending any money. The thing I like about Financial Juice is right here. You notice that these things have been added in. Now, these were not here an hour ago. So these are not typical financial or economic reports or numbers, but it's should be no secret to anybody listening to this that we're in an environment now where these kinds of things could have, not that Trump's somewhat signing time, whatever that means, whatever this is about, may have nothing to do with anything economic, but it should be very clear that there could be some offhand comment or some statements made that could have an impact on our auction. We are not traders. We are risk managers. Your prime motivation as a trader is to protect your account and then, of course, grow it, increase it. The only way you can do that is risk management. And the only way you can manage risk is if you know about a potential risk. So these are potential risks. Not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm glad he's doing stuff. I'm glad they're doing their job. Let's hope they are. But there is a potential risk for our auction, so that's why I track them. Again, you can filter it for whatever you want, etc. All right, let's get on with the pre-market deal with this. Well, first of all, it should be important for everybody to know here that we rolled over, right? So we have rolled from the H to the M contract. Now, depending on how you're trading, whether you're trading your own money, like I am, the conventional wisdom is always trade the contract with the most volume. Obviously, what you want to trade, the key thing we need as traders in market liquidity. Now, a lot of prop, for anybody that's trading prop or any of that kind of stuff, you don't have that luxury. You have to, they say you've got to trade the front month and that's it. So when it's rollover today, it's rollover today, and there you go. That's why I roll these contracts. You'll notice in my book map that I still have the old contracts over here, right? You'll notice that I have the old and the new contracts here. And I do that because I'm watching volume. Now, the ESH and the ESM are within 17,000 contracts of each other. That's pretty good. The HMES is 110,000 contracts more than the M contract. So it's got to do some catching up. I could trade whichever one I wanted to because it's my money and it's my account. But I will focus on the M contract for continuity here in the stream. I'm quite surprised at the overnight, to be absolutely frank. We crapped out down here right on the close, and at the last couple of seconds, they put a little squeeze on up to here. But I fully expected continuation on the short because it looked like it just shut off too early to me. This is 1500, right? This was between the cash close, actually from 1538, the cash close right into the very close at 1600. They ran it up like this. We closed right down here on the bottom. Typically when that happens and you get no excess, that it's like the auction was interrupted. So apparently what they decided to do was squeeze them. And they're doing a pretty good job of it. It looks to me like. Now we actually, at this moment, who'd have thought, at this moment we might actually open in a gap. Not much of one, but here's previous RTH high, and here we are trading now. That's a gap. Yeah, it's, 5 handles, but it's a gap, so let's watch and see what happens. Typically I set up for the gap, but I wasn't even thinking about it this morning because I was having troubles with OBS. It's not picking up my current stream, even though it looks as though we are streaming. So that's a good thing. All right. This is IRT, Investor RT. First of all, in the header of any of my IRT charts, you will see the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session for any of these. This is the micros, because that's what I'm trading currently. These are the minis, which I am, hold on a minute here. Which I have not gotten right. There you go. These are the minis. And the layout is as follows. This is the ES, micro or mini, the NQ, and this is a higher time frame for the micro ES. I call this my micro composite chart, and it's real simple. It is daily candlesticks, as you see up here, RTH session only. And wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, which generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, and, the rest of the stuff. Here is where we were Thursday and Friday. So they gapped out. They didn't close the gap. And they didn't close it in 2 days. So here we are down here with a POC at 67.04 after the roll and all the rest of the stuff. Now the high and low volume nodes, which are represented by these red and green lines here in these labels, push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. What's going on with volume today? Let's look at that quickly. Yeah, that's about right. So we're at 60% of volume for compared to the H at this point. Really light, be really careful. Okay. What else am I doing here? Bookmap. Well, I am assuming everybody knows what bookmap is that's in the stream. This is the heat map or the chart. These are the bookmap columns as I have them configured. And it goes like this: the dome or the price ladder or the order book or whatever you want to call it, the prices and resting liquidity, limit orders. Resting liquidity. Then we have the micro composite columns, which push over here from IRT. The high and low volume nodes from IRT, which push automatically. And our volume profile columns. There's the full session, which started last night at 1600. We'll continue through, started at 1700 last night. We'll continue through 1600 tonight. It's not ETH, it's full session or Globex. This is a Delta and RTH volume profiles, which will reset this morning at 8:30, let's hope. And my statistics column, which is real important to me, and the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap. Hey, Anton, morning. Yeah, I was real surprised about the overnight, this weekend and the busy of the rollover and stuff. I thought sure as hell we'd sell off, but that last little bump that they took between 1530 and 1600 into the close took it up there. So yeah, I also checked out your software. That pretty interesting. The heat map and stuff. Do you use that heat map, or do you do use Bookmap? Right? I noticed they have a heat map in there. I didn't try it out or demo it or anything, but I definitely Googled around on it and opened went to the site and opened it up and stuff. Pretty interesting. Latvia, beautiful country, I believe. Anyway, back to this story over here. So these are the session prices which push automatically from Bookmap to IRT. Jesus Christ, from IRT to Bookmap, I'm still asleep. Sorry. And if anybody could use these or they would be helpful to you, let me know. Just drop something in the chat, like, subscribe, of course. And I'll hook you up with it's a CSV link that comes from Google. I push these up to Google real time, starting at 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday continuously. And so you can drop it in Cloud Notes or in these indicators or on your software of choice, or I think like Ned just uses an Excel sheet. Anyway, there you go. Hopefully it's interesting that I try to keep this approach the market as simply as possible from just price action and volume and probabilities. There's no indicators on my heat map here or my charts, IRT either, except just a few price lines. POC for both full session and RTH. POC is just the point, it's called the point of control, but it's actually just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Nothing more. There's a VWAP, Globex, and a VWAP RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH. There are these levels which seem to confuse people sometimes, I suppose, because of the naming. It's the initial balance high and low, green line up here. Because of the name, is from market profile days, but all these two levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. These, levels and lines here are things that I push from IRT to these are levels that are rule markers within the initial balance trade. So let's look at the statistics now. The way that that's figured out is pretty simple. It is okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out your large lot or your large trade thing that you watch with ATAS. And the large lot tracker thing they have over here that I found from Bookmap Marketplace is just an alert. It doesn't really do anything on the chart that I could figure, so I didn't mess with it. Anyway, the statistics column is real important to me, and I think it's important. So the first thing that I do is determine. Well, I'm going to have to do the TLab snap here in a minute. So we'll get back to the statistics right after I do this, because it's something that I do every morning at 8:20. I don't know how much longer I'll continue that, but I'm not sure if it's meaningful or not. But anyway, so what is the TLab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room. called the Traders Lab. Let me see something here. I think I'll take off those. Called the Traders Lab. And it is a every day at about 6, I post the numbers and reports, and every day at about 8:20, I post this screen snap here, and hopefully it'll be right. I don't know. So the Traders Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And every day I post this at about 8:20 to give everybody idea of what the hell's going on in the market that doesn't have the ability to all have these levels in this detail. Tom is a professional trader, 46 plus years of experience. He has a lot of common sense things to say, and I agree with many of his philosophies about risk management and stuff. I spent a lot of time, was fairly active in there years ago, in the past, recent past, but I'm focused here in the stream now which is basically a suggestion from Tom that you should focus and narrate the market yourself, that you're watching and you're trading. Well, I don't, as I said, multitask well. So for me to be yucking it up in a Discord room and talking here on the stream and watching the market and all those things, that's just too many things to focus on for me. So I don't. But I think kind of as a, out of respect or whatever else, I post those two things every day in the Traders Lab. Now, the refreshing part about that place is you are never solicited to buy anything there, or that I've ever noticed. It's sponsored by Bookmap, and of course they would like you to, subscribe. And I will say that Tom doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades, and I've never seen his account, so I have no real proof or evidence that he is, in fact, a professional trader and successful, but I believe him. So that's a disclaimer. I guess I got to say that, that's to be fully transparent. So, there you go. There's a good crew of people in there too, by the way. Most everybody that I trade with and that's here or whatever else has come around from the Traders Lab. So there you go. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't mean to say anything derogatory, but I have to be honest as well. So let's see now. Where the hell are we here? We're going to open in a few minutes. We were going to do the statistics. So let's look at what they are. The statistics come from this study, which, first of all, we need to determine the open type. Okay, if we opened right here, right now, how would that open compared to previous RTH close? Well, it's higher by a hell of a long shot. And how would this open compare to previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. So we, at this moment, would be higher out of range. So we're looking at another gap up, which incidentally, almost identical level to the 11th. I'll throw a flag over here for that. So perhaps we're going to be opening higher out of range if we open right here, right now. So back to IRT. They will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So we've just determined that it's going to be higher out of range, likely. This is real simple. The system looks back at 1,696 trading days, the most recent. Of these trading days, we opened higher out of range 420 days. We revisited the overnight volume point of control 325 times. For, what is that, 77.4%, okay? Overnight volume point of control, 77.4. And something that I also do out of pure selfishness is change the column title every day to the correct open type, so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can just see that title and know exactly what the relationship was. The overnight mid is 66.7. And I'm just going down the list over there. That's all there's to it. I'm just running down this list. Previous high is 65.7. And that's right there. And I'm a little, I guess they're going to, looks like they will open it. It's very, when we're close like this, I always hesitate putting in a whole bunch of statistics, because more than once they've come back right going into the open or just before the open and gotten back into the range. So that's, I'm a little bit leery about it. I want to do one other level though. The IB low is 36 points. No, that's overnight low. Where'd the IB low go? 61.0. And you need to put these in, I need to put these initials here, because the minute we open, this is going to jump up here to the low of the current price for the first 1 hour. It won't be here anymore. And I will want to know what 61.0% was. Overnight high, where did that go? 75%. Wow, look at there. Okay, we're going to open in 3 minutes. I'll keep plodding along here, but one thing I think that's important to do, probably you'll agree, is to be able to trade with Bookmap. And the way you do that is you must activate the trade control panel. You must select a method you will use to trade with your mouse and the application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is the chart column. Dome, the only place are the dome columns, and both is, guess what? Both. First things first, okay, this thing resets itself all the time, and you need to select the correct journal if you're going to use it, which why not? I select multi-brackets, which is the real important. This is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology in my bracket orders. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot, because it needs to be even numbers. 2-lot. Then you have a stop loss for the package, and this is not the time to be deciding what that stop loss should be. You should work that out long before now. And you need to take into my suggestion, the first thing you need to consider, the most important, is your account risk parameters, then a bunch of other stuff, including what's the volatility of the contract you're trading or the instrument, etc. Anyway, once these two numbers are established, the first risk neutral target is automatic, because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Once this is achieved, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst that can happen is a scratch, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from entry, and then there's a runner. And you can have any kind of configuration you can dream up. You can also use another tool, which is Execution Pro. I'm going to do it today, but you can do trailing stops, run, trail to break even, all this kind of stuff. Many things here. Pretty handy tool, I think. All right, so that's that. Now, once we've selected that, the package and the multi-brackets, I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore. I know that it's a 2-lot, and I have these parameters up here across the top. So all I can click this button again. Oh, there we go. We just opened, and we're not resetting. So that's real irritating. Anyway, you can click the button, you get the real estate back, you get cancel and close. And now these two damn things didn't reset, and they were working perfect all last week. Go figure. Man, I am so freaking sick of that. And the reason I care about that, first of all, the visual impact, but these values are what from which our bookmap calculates POC, VWAP, mid, all that stuff. So those values and price levels are important to me. So it's just freaking annoying. Now on over here, I'm going to do something that's important to me. I'm going to select RTH session only. So here was Friday's close, and there we are up here. One hell of a gap up, huh? Did we open gap up? Yep, but just by a blink of an eye, right? We almost closed it already while I'm busy jabbering. Let me get all of this crap running here, and then I'll be able to read the chat, this stream chat and stuff like that. Okay. Save this guy. I do this every day to keep the correlation between, or the relationship between, the various session prices. Most specifically, developing value area high and low and value area high and low. Those need to be kept consistent for the people that use the session prices. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The gap from Friday, right? Anton? Yeah. Well, it's not too far below down there. If I've got these new prices right. Are you watching M or H? The volume is still, well, it's about caught up now. It's within 6K on the ES, but the micros, whichever, if you're doing that's about 1,000 off. Okay, now what do we got going on here now? Let's see. I don't know what the hell is going on with this thing. Stupid. Huh. I don't know what the hell's up. The YouTube dock or in OBS isn't working, but it looks like the stream is working, and I see it stumbling along up on my upper monitor there. But conveniently, I have the two upper monitors on this 4-monitor rack. It's run by a different computer, so I could have the stream going. I don't know what happened. Always something. Every weekend when I shut down and reboot everything. So we have a VPOC migration up. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that Thursday to Friday gap is, I have it in here, so That was a high and that was a low, or well, ever the low went somewhere. Here I guess. What is this? I didn't do that very right, did I? The problem when I look at the H contracts is none of the session prices or anything are pushing because it's bookmap nukes them all. There we go. Well, I'd like to know what in the hell is wrong with this. Here we are. I think this stupid thing is jumped accounts or something. Yeah. Well, yeah. Right now with the splits, I suppose it's understandable. There's the large lot tracker, which is a thing on Bookmap, but I don't think it's exactly the same. It's not like watching, big trades on the time of sales, which is what I think you're talking about, right? The large lot tracker is just another way of, the spoof mobile over here. Huh. I wonder why this damn thing won't work. So always so puzzling to me when a piece of software is working perfectly forever, and then you close it down and reboot the machine or whatever you do and bring it back up, and the damn thing doesn't work right. It's like, why is that? And I'm just on the ragged edge of knowing enough to be dangerous about software. So that's probably the biggest. I'm sure usually always a user error. Did trade. I don't see a way to confirm the account. I think that's what's the problem here. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. OBS is being a bitch. But the thing is working right as far as chapter markers, and apparently the audio is working, and the stream seems to be going, and no drop frame rate. So I'm gonna call that good and see what happens after that. Look at them go. More up. Jesus Christ. Not even a blink to go lower. Just gap and go, baby. Excuse me. That's pretty incredible. Not much of a gap, but you get the point. Well, so this is going to be, we got more gaps and stuff going around here, and I know what to do with. But I guess I better stick to my process here. And where the hell did we open here? There we are. Huh. Ridiculous. Yeah, no shit. That's exactly. I was just going to make a comment about that. Like, well, there's every reason in the world for the market to be flying up. People are dying. The Straits of Hormuz is a goddamn mess. They're blowing the hell out of everybody everywhere. And Captain Goofy and the clown cars back there worried about how big their shoes are. It's like, son of a. It's amazing to me I guess this reality TV thing has just oozed over into the real world, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy. I keep thinking the shoe's going to drop and they're going to just get everybody as absolutely long as they can and then hammer the world, but I don't know. You see all that stupid crap about shoe size? I mean, if that's really the truth, I would hope it's fake news, but where I'm seeing it is reputable people, reporting about it. It's like, son of a bitch, don't we have anything better to worry about than that? Man. But that's probably about as deep as the thinking is often back there, I think, one crazy thing after the other. Well, VPOC migration, if Antonio's around, he's excited. Hey, Antonio. Bon dia. I didn't see you slide in there. Morning, I'm busy fighting with OBS over here. Tracking those. Watch yourself today, boy. That if you're trading, I think if you're still trading with Top Step, you got to be on the new contract, right? You got to be on the AMS, I suppose. So it's still pretty light. There's still about 100,000 contracts behind, 110,000 contracts behind in the volume. Right over here. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. Gap and go. Figure it out. I was quite surprised last night or yesterday afternoon, whenever it was, I opened up and then this morning and saw where, just up and up and more up. I was really surprised. The squeeze-a-rooney, I guess. The squeeze-a-rooney. I think I asked you this before, Anton, what I saw online at a TAS is it is desktop. I mean, you run it on your machine. It's not a application, right? Or maybe both. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't download it and try the demo or any of that stuff. I think I'll do that on the upper machine so I can. I won't be able to. Oh, I guess I can, yeah, because I suppose the demo comes with its own data, I guess. Otherwise, I'll have to figure out something with Rhythmic. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, okay, yeah. Well, that as is IRT. I'm getting so annoyed with Windows, I'm starting to look at Linux distros. But I don't know of any I'm pretty sure IRT didn't work with Linux. I kind of doubt Bookmap does either. What's going on here? Monitor's got all discombobulated here again. There we go. This frickin' thing start right now. It didn't start right again. Son of a bitch. I am so tired of this stuff just randomly doing shit. Really tired of that. Stupid thing is supposed to start every day. Right now, all of a sudden, it doesn't want to do that. I am so over this shit. If I didn't own it, I'd if I hadn't bought it, I'd uninstall it. Anchor points. Anchor now, clear. I've always been disappointed about this thing. At session time, current time, it's supposed to be starting at the session time, but for some reason it keeps doing this, and I've rebuilt this about 6 times now. I'm sick of doing it. Here are those standard deviations. These are the 1 and the 2 standard deviation off of VWAP, Antonio. Yeah, Anton was pointing out that he watches those, and it's surprisingly makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Anton. The minute I said that, I realized I was stupid. Look at him go, man. Irrational exuberance. Or somebody knows something we don't, or I don't, or whatever else. Now, I will say I don't know anything about the, the high time frame gymnastics around rollover. So maybe this all makes perfect sense. Repositioning and rolling them and over rolling them and all that stuff, I guess. What's happening over here in Goofy World? Well, there we go. There's a trade going on so far. Plus 72 ticks. Well, that would have been nice, huh? Right back. Damn, it's 7C over here today. 40, I think that's about 40. 45 in the F world. Look at that VPOC migration. Why, my. I'm not going to say the usual. I wish I could figure it out. Started thinking about it. I think I might take it off my screens because then I won't worry about it. Oh, why won't you work OBS as far as the studio goes? I don't get it. Oh, well. We're streaming, so I guess that's all that matters. Okay. Yeah, it's funny, you know. It's like, son of a bitch. It keeps getting more goofy over here. We're gonna have to move back over to Ukraine with your parents. It's more normal, you know. More normal to be living in a war than it is over here. Jesus. Crazy. Yeah, it's definitely cool out over here. Of course, you know, the roses are all out and the bougainvillea or the hibiscus bloomed and but should be okay, I guess. I have no clue. I could probably look at the damn weather and see what's going to happen on the phone or something. It is what it is, eh? Well, buy Delta all the way up, I guess, isn't it? Except for down there around 47 down. That's pretty funny. They couldn't even get remotely close to that IB low. I mean, that gap. It's such a goofy world. I hesitate to talk about news headings I see unless I've seen them on ground news or someplace because you know, the news cycle is so short and I don't know what to believe anymore at all, whether it's, you know, remotely fake or remotely whatever. So I hate to say anything, but I saw a thing, Peter Thiel, you know, this Palantir weirdo and a bunch of other stuff. He's in Rome lecturing on the Antichrist. A tech guy from Silicon Valley. It beats me, man. I guess that's as crazy as Trump selling Bibles. But yeah, well, pretty weird. Pretty weird. Look at him go. Well, there's one. There's a naked volume point of control from somewhere. The 11th of March or 11th of this month? Really? Yeah. So it is. So it is. Well, I think I'll restart IRT just to get rid of any lags that are floating around out there. This is what I was looking at down here, this naked volume point of control we're taking out of the 11th. I mean, it's still way down off the bottom of that previous MC, but why? No capitulation yet, I guess. Yeah, exactly the same with me, Anton. I grew up on a ranch in Montana. It used to be 40 below zero commonly in January and February. And my birthday is the first part of November. We were always skiing good deep snow, powder on my birthday. And yeah, it's, now I talked to my son in Denver and it was 75 or something, you know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Well, what's happening now? Let's see if we got out of Lagville here. This doesn't make any sense. I guess it is accurate looking at the daily bars over here. I was going to go, what the hell is going on? How can we be on the minis? No gap, still within range. I'm kind of surprised as to what's the story here, to be honest with you. Huh. Oh, really? Yeah, where I grew up, fortunately in the pretty part, I grew up kind of the south central, right 50 miles from Yellowstone National Park. Just down the Yellowstone River. I went to high school in Livingston, if you know where that's at. But it's all the mountain. If you get out in the eastern part of Montana, it's just terrible. You know, it's desolate and dry. It's just a high Sierra and cold. But in the mountains, the along the Rockies, the Continental Divide markers were right along the top of our ranch pastures. You know, on our winter summer pasture. Great way to grow up. I went to a one-room country schoolhouse with 11 kids and all 8 grades. And we had outside bathrooms until the last year I was there, and then they put an addition on the back of the schoolhouse with drilled a well, and we had inside toilets. So that'll tell you a little bit about Montana in those days. I'm still puzzled about this. The difference between the minis and the micros. Can that possibly be the truth? As far as the ES is concerned, the MES? Huh. I mean, it appears to be as far as the charting goes, but didn't realize it was so far off, that they were so different. Which brings me to another point I try to mention once in a while. I know some people like in Static, I think doesn't matter, whatever his name is. They watch the ES and trade the micros. I don't see how you can do that. The values look altogether goofy to me in the levels and stuff. But like right now on my stuff, you know, there's the high on the micro and gap, and down here the same story. But on the minis, completely different. Huh. Yeah, Idaho's really pretty. Our summer ranch was on this right outside of West Yellowstone, Montana, right outside of the west gate of the park. I mean, right outside, like, you know, a mile and a half. And which is right on the Idaho, and another couple of miles west is the Idaho border and the Henry's Lake area and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was really pretty. There was a place on our ranch where we used to ride a lot and take people sometimes up to and you'd ride kind of up the mountain, you know, in a typical mountain ride, and then you just top out, and the view was 3 states. You could see the Tetons in Wyoming. You could see across Yellowstone Park to the west in Montana and Wyoming. And then you could look over your shoulder to the back and see Idaho. It was pretty cool. right below Lionhead. Idaho's gotten real goofy with, well, I guess everywhere's gotten real goofy, apparently. Montana was great then. Now it's pretty much, I guess, ruined pretty much from what I understand. All the, back east and California people moved in there and swagger around with their pickup truck, telling everybody that, just like everywhere else, climb the ladder, then burn the ladder, Well, I am pretty puzzled about that difference in ranges. That's pretty crazy. I'm wondering if something's wrong with the data or what. Maybe more than my OBS on YouTube doc is not working. Yeah, it's like Eastern Montana, same idea, because they connect, right? It's just the high Sierra, flat, cold, yeah, no redeeming, and on top of everything else, Christy Gnomes from up there. So what else you want to know? Yeah, it's pretty terrible up there. Usually the coldest spot in the country is Fargo. I never liked that part. I always was grew up in the mountains and just, yeah. Same way with Montana, Wyoming and Colorado. They're all the same. Anywhere along the western, the Front Range there, same thing. The minute you come down off the steppe, it's just flat as far as you can see, all the way to Kansas and Ohio and all that crap. Yeah. You've probably been around more of the states than I have. For sure. I know this is pretty funny, and while we're just watching the market essentially do nothing except confuse me. Like I said, I grew up from just down the Yellowstone Valley along the Yellowstone River, and went to high school and stuff in Livingston, Montana. Now that's 50 miles, pretty much exactly, up the Yellowstone Valley, which is beautiful between along the crazy mountains. From Gardner and Mammoth, which is the north entrance to Yellowstone National Park, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world. And at that time, when I grew up and graduated and stuff like that, I knew many people in Livingston, Montana, that had never been to Yellowstone Park. 50 miles. It was a different world then. And there's probably still people there like that, but I don't think so. I think hopefully it's gotten better. Excuse me. Well, not sure what to think here about any of this. I thought, sure, I'd activated the trade control panel, and now I'm not understanding why the hell that is. Oh, I know why. I looked back at the H contract. That's something about the trade control panel you may or may not know, anyone streaming people or not. If you change instruments, it resets the trade control panel to off. So there's that. And we are approaching within 4 minutes the initial balance low, or the initial balanced period, I should say, which is the statistic involved with my IB trade. Let's get rid of those fractals. And let's get rid of this down here. And let's get rid of, or open up this over here. So this is my initial balance system. Only 3 rules, A, B, C. A, B trigger, I should say. Not very imaginative. And let's, we're going to be, the initial balance statistic will be active in a couple of minutes. And that statistic is the most probable in all 4 open types forever. And it's real simple. It's 97.6% probability today that sometime between 0930 Central Standard Time and 1600, price will revisit the IB high or the IB low. And that's the most prominent statistic or prevalent statistic in all 4 open types always. And that's what I use for my first statistic. Now at 9:30, these pullback and continuation zones and trigger zones will start plotting over here, and they'll be pushed across to IRT or to Bookmap. And it's real simple. The system is real simple. If price comes up from the bottom and it takes out the initial balance high, that's A. If it goes on up to the continuation zone, that's a B. Or if it pulls back to the pullback zone, that's a B. And then if it comes up to the trigger zone, which is these little guys here, it's just 1 point either side of the initial balance high, in this case, or, yeah, that's the trigger. Simple. Fits with my way of thinking. And this thing over here that did pretty well on the opening range thing here is a see, we don't need this. This is just a real simple opening. I'm trying to test out these various opening range trades, and oh, this is the only trade you'll ever need, blah blah blah. I'm trying to test out the exact rules and back test them to see if there's any validity to any of that crap. So that's what that's about. And here we go. Hoop-de-doo. What happened? Well, the war's really not over, or what? Okay. So remember now that there's really no numbers coming out today, but 11, 1300, 1330. No, that's still 1300 is NVIDIA. 11 o'clock is Trump. Tentative, it says 1330. Interview closed to the press. Well, that makes sense. And then 1430, Trump and Vance are going to do something. And then 1500, Trump and the Japan ambassador close to the press. It's just a fun-filled extravaganza from about 11 o'clock on. Jesus. Well, there's the initial balance statistic is hot. My usual daily warning of the voice of experience: don't trade in anticipation of the statistic. If you're looking to do that, that's not worked out well for me in the past. You know, this would have been a perfect example of that. Trade up, trade up, trade up, trade up, trade up, pull back a little bit. Oh boy, we're going to take the IB high. Just know we are. And then this happens. So there you go. You notice how the pullback and continuation zones have pushed across the book map over here. Sorry about that. Look at the low volume. I mean, we haven't even gotten away from Blue Boy in forever. Here we are. Once the statistic has been taken, then it's been satisfied. Until then, it's a crapshoot. And you know, the conspiracy theory mind in us all says, well, they know they're doing that, and so they, whoever they is, that great vague they in the sky. That M contract is still running about 100,000 trades behind the H, if you're paying attention to that. Right there. You know, as I said before, the conventional wisdom was always to trade the contract with the most. And it's pretty funny too, because the ES is above the NQs. It's the micros that are below. Both of the straight up contracts and the minis are both ahead. Guess that might make sense somehow. Yeah, I would think so. I hope I haven't been on mute for too long, but looks like a bar getting ready to go there to me. Again, the usual, which way do you go? My guess would be down, but we're right along that 2 standard deviation, so up, I guess. We do have the IB low below us and the gap close, and we keep going. We'll get the second gap, and you get your calls. Okay, here we are back in the saddle now. Out foraging for snacks. Yeah, well, we're still on the micros or on the minis or whatever the hell I'm talking about. On the M contract, we're still off the IB low by, now 9 handles. VPOC migration down though, but I think that's the full session. Let me check. Yeah, that's the full session. It's the more muted yellow one, darker yellow, whatever, and the brighter yellow is the POC is the normal one. Now they're going to go down and tag it, it looks like. Well, if they can catch another handful of points, you'll be getting close on the claws. Still no VPOC. Ah, Jesus Christ! I better shut up. Still no IB statistic. And you can just imagine. You can just hear them squealing. All the guys that were trying to trade in anticipation of that are off this bar. And now they're, depending, of course, on what how they do their their brackets. Maybe they're not stopped out at all. Always real conflicted on these kinds of areas when there's going short in a hold doesn't make any sense. But on the other hand, we got a gap low below us, IB low below us. No reason in the world. I think the market ought to be up. Yeah, it's a freaking megaphone. I hate them. You know, when it's getting wider and wider, higher highs and lower lows. Yeah, my market tuition was pretty expensive too, but I don't feel like I am as confident as you. Well, I know I'm not in knowing exactly what and when I'm looking for it. I guess that's why I'm stumbling around with all this, trying to vet these setups and everything. Wow. When there's about a 20-point bump off the 20 down, or the 2 standard deviation down here, right back to the, I mean, okay, now what are we going to do? 50, no, huh, 40 handle range here. Yeah, these damn breakout or bars are, 10 handles wide. If you want to look at them that way, I guess. Suppose this could be considered the bar, and that's the breakout and the retest, and another breakout and a retest, and a deep. Now, as you can tell, IRT has already migrated down here. And looks like they came back up again. It looks like it went down and back up if you want to scrutinize it. Too. I saw your 6722, and I thought maybe you were smoking crack there for a minute, and I realized you're trading trading H. Damn, my data's way off. Oh, look, I don't have Static open. The only other place I ever look at anything is the Static guys, and I don't really, I can't say follow them, but I definitely pay attention. Hold on. No, actually, nobody's talking about a bar. Harry's talking about a mid flip fired, and Jorgensen says he's the guy who normally would do the bar trades. I don't see anything from Rod at all, actually. No, nope. Rod says he's moving Friday, so he's busy packing. Well, I'm assuming your trade is working out. I hope. Obviously, you're trailing, so. There you go. Good idea. Excellent trade. Congratulations. 15 handles or something? Or more? I would have and was super hesitant to take that based on the proximity of the mid and the IB high and VWAP just above it. Thinking that wasn't enough range, but that was clearly a stupid idea. I don't know what's up. I feel exactly like I'm hungover. I just ate something, so maybe I'll feel better. And I'm not drinking. I mean, no drinking. So that's ridiculous. One thing to be hungover if you had a good time getting there, but sucks. Very nice. Very nice. I'm still fuzzy on which way to go. You know, I see the bar trade. I mean, I see the bar, but is it a long or is it a short? That's, I would have probably thought short, to be honest. I did look at the long, but as I said before, the VWAP and stuff up here slowed me down, but there's a perfect, O2. Oh, right. Yeah, wrong instrument, sorry. In case at least in IRT or from DT and IQ feed, the roll split is 49.75. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Nice trade. Ooh, hope that food kicks in quick. Incident. Oh, wasn't on mute. I hope I haven't been coughing in your ear. It looks to me like the static guys. There's only 3 or 4 of them, but they're still on the mini on H, as are you. So they're, the numbers and the stuff they're talking about are all values away from anything I've got. Harry was just asking me if the volume was up and it was worth rolling over yet. Trading in copper, zinc, aluminum, and other contracts has been halted on the LME. About an hour ago. Yeah, that's that's what I always heard, through the years. It was you always trade the contract with the highest volume. And it makes sense. But how a software would do that, that would seem like the obvious trigger, I guess. And something pretty easy to program. I'm going to take advantage of the Agent Orange taking the stand at the top of the hour here and pull back a little and see if this feels a little better after a bit. They're going to bump up the attacks, it looks like, on from Iran's side. Jesus, how stupid. China and U.S. agreed to properly manage differences. Oh, man. What is it, great nursery school or what? It's just talk about news spin platitudes. Jesus, Christopher Christ. That's who is that doing the talking with him now? It's a Dissent, isn't it? Wow. Unreal. Oh. Well, I think Bassett has been having meetings or whatever with Bassett, whatever his name is, with the somebody from China. I think in Zurich, maybe. So I guess that's what it is. Just so stupid. How freaking stupid is that? I assume you're talking about the China thing. The Iran Revolutionary Guard stuff, you can see right. Oh, I'm sorry. You can see right here and wherever it went. Right there. So it's like a bunch of little kids playing Office or something, you know. It's what it strikes me. So disappointing. I mean, if you have to look at the day, and I don't know about the H contract, but if you just look at today's profile, it's just a big rotational day right around the top there. And they still didn't close the gap, which is pretty ironic, but yeah. Little island top down here, maybe. I've been racking my brain how to try to code out this bar trade so that I can backtest some version of it, but I have no idea how to do it. Because, you know, with any kind of realism, there wasn't just... I guess in theory you could use fractals, but you can't trade with the fractals or, you know, the zigzags, because they only display long after the price has gone by. But you would be able to I guess identify the highs, the swings, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what it is. It looks a lot more so when you're on IRT than it does over in Bookmap, but yeah. And Howdy Doody's taking the stage at the top of the hour here. I'm going to step away and jump through the shower because the cats are all walking by with their noses in the air. And probably lay down a minute, to be honest about it, to get rid of this however I'm feeling. You know, they used to talk about flashbacks when you did drugs back in the, you know, back in the 60s, but I never heard of that with alcohol. Maybe.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I just back off the minute the Great Pumpkin is taking the stage there. Who the hell knows, you know? Some comments over the weekend about, I may bomb Iran some more just for the fun of it. What kind of shit is this? Who says stuff like that? And then again, I didn't drill into it. Where did that quote come from? Is it AI? Blah, 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 you know? That's the part that I find so frustrating nowadays is not only do you have to believe the news coming out of these random people or be surprised by the news, then you've got to identify that even as crazy as they are, that they really said something like that. I would be something I would imagine Trump would say, but I can't say that I know that. So I try to just not talk about it much anymore. We've got 2 indoor cats, and then we've got some outdoor ones that are been adopted, kind of. No, well, I've adopted, but 2. We've got Panda, who you might imagine is a big black and white, fluffy, Persian-y looking thing, and Lucky, who's a short hair. They're both huge, you know, spoiled rotten, all that stuff. A real source of pleasure for my wife, which is, not me too, but especially she and Lucky have a special bond. It's pretty incredible. We would have 3, but my wife is afraid to let Bear come in. Doesn't want to get these 2. She's all phobic about fleas and that stuff. So these 2 cats inside never go out. Sometimes we put them in a harnessy kind of thing and out in the front porch, but that's that. And they would not survive out because they have absolutely no situational awareness outdoors, you know. They've never, from kittens, they've been in here since they were kittens. Well, here we are back at somewhere. Back at that bar, I think, once upon a time, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that might be something to do. But, you know, bear in mind, Captain Goofy's on the microphone. I guess. What is it he's doing? News conference tentative. So let me look at what's going on with. Yeah, it says he's talking. Trump meets with Kennedy Center board members. They always put out these kind of vague event titles over here, especially on, Trump news conference. Well, according to this, it meets with Kennedy Center board members because the director that he put in quit, a bunch of other stuff. But of course, you never know what he's going to say when. I guess it doesn't. So it looks like it's happening because it says tentative up here, but I don't think that's the case. You ought to be good for about 10 handles there. If it's nothing more than just a price check at aisle 3 on that VPOC migration. Excuse me. I'm gonna step away for a bit. I mean, I'll just mute off here and then keep an eye on things. Yeah, that was poor timing on the VPOC migration there, right when you said you were buying. I would just be spooked. I'm spooked every time that guy gets a microphone, to be honest with you. It's like, not that there's any perfectly normal that the President of the United States makes statements and stuff. But in this particular case, it's too random for me. So, I mean, I'm spooked by it. And the market seems to hang on it. You know, war's going to be over in a couple of days, and then it up goes the, you know, what the hell? Any kind of common sense says that's not going to happen. So I'm just trying to be extra cautious here. To a fault, I'm sure. Well, now here's a bar. Holy. Yeah. Uh-huh. Good for you. Good for you. Here we go with decimated again. See, here's what I mean. This is a conversation at the Kennedy Center. Iran. Does any of that have anything to do with the Kennedy Center? Or maybe the title's wrong on this thing down here? I don't know. Would seem suspicious, right? The oil pipes area. That's a really good idea. I wonder if any of this intel has been confirmed. That's the first question that always raises in my mind. And if we all remember that, what was it, 3 months or 4 months ago, all the nuclear capability and all that stuff was decimated. I don't know what to think. Yeah, that's a bad spot for sure. Especially in this news environment. I'd say it's breaking against you there. This thing just went along. My IB thing went along here, which I think is just well, I don't know what I think. I don't think I'm going to do it myself, but under the news conditions. Yeah, it's a real sad state of affairs we have, that's for sure. One I would have never believed could happen. Even Nixon manned up and admitted his problem and quit, you know what I mean? He was at least had that much of integrity. I'm going to step away now. Best of luck, and I don't want to stand here and listen to think about this while howdy doodies on the stage. Good luck, and keep your powder dry. That's about all I can say.
The IB low is taken.
Yeah, it's a pretty nothing day. And what do we got going on? This crap goes, I think, on the afternoon, right? 1:30 again, close, something or another. Then advance at 14:30. Well, tomorrow there's going to be some, there's no real numbers until Wednesday. We got the ADP employment change tomorrow at 7:30, but Wednesday we're going to have a bunch of them. CPI, PPI. FOMC projections. Ooh, interest rate. Oh, Wednesday's also the Fed rate. Oh, yeah, Wednesday's going to be a real biggie. Yeah, I had a shower and a nap. Felt pretty damn good. I feel like a human again now. Oh. What's going on here? Monitors are all goofed up. This is a pretty weird day, huh? One big can of retail soup, boy, that's for sure. Okay, now what do we got going on? Let me see here. Well, that feels amazingly better. Just close the gap by a tick, right? Or a tick or two. Not very convincing, that's for sure. I guess that means it's not really qualify as an island top, but I keep forgetting you're on a different contract. Son of a bitch. I'm over here looking for singles and it's in a different world. Never mind. Sorry about that. Well, let's see now. Where in the hell even am I? Almost 1400, so pretty quick to the top of that hour, and I'll go through how I back test a little bit. Boring, but if you're new here, can't tell viewers or anything because that part of my OBS is not working. I guess I'm here. No, what I'm saying is we just closed the gap today between the Friday's close on the new contract and the open today. So I don't know what you're looking at, but here, and here. The gap high when we opened. There was the previous RTH high. There to there. We just closed that back here. I was in a coma, I guess, but I hadn't noticed that we'd actually closed it. No, if we got 49 and 3/4 points here, that'd be pretty amazing. What I was saying when you were talking about the singles was I forgot. I'm busy looking around on my market profile and stuff, and I forgot you're on that old contract. So because I don't have anything. I have nothing there in those days. No, the 25th and the 26th are. Come on. Hello. So here would be the single on the 26th, from the 25th to the 26th on the new contract. Way up here. By the way, the volume has crossed over. We've got 971,000 or 77,000 as opposed to 900,000. But only on the MES. Going on over here now? Well, that would have been a nice 72 tick trade. Actually, it's 72 plus 12 or plus whatever this. I gotta not do that math like that anymore. These are not based on the typical setup of 12, 12, and 24, or 12, 12, and 48. They're based on, for example, the percentage of the gap of the distance, or the opening range distance gap, whatever you want to call it, the opening range. So the stop is the opening range low minus. Wow, this is a short, so it's a bad example. Stand by. Boop, boom. So it's based on the opening range high minus half the distance. So in other words, 50% in the opening range is where the stop would be. And then T1 and T2 are based on 50% and 50%, again, over entry. So it isn't the usual setup I have for risk neutral, but it essentially is risk neutral. One trade today on the opening range trade, and it was a stop, a scratch. I'm not sure that's right. Hold on. That'd be real close to T1. According to this, it is T1, so I gotta believe it, and then stop. So it is a scratch. So that must be, what does it do? Does it just, I mean, you open it up and does it tell you it's rolling over because of some reason, or just you open it up tomorrow and it'll be on these new contracts? Is that how that works? If I hadn't rolled these automatically myself over the weekend, which is real tough, you just do this, you select in the quote page and you go down here to rollover future. If I hadn't done that, it would tell me that that it was rollover or something, just like it does with a holiday. And just another thing it does, I'm not sure if I can get it to show that now or not, but if I download the data, it should pop up right alongside of here and say that it just downloaded the MES6, and then it should give the expiration date. And I guess I need to click the damn button first. There we go. Huh, that's pretty cool. No, it's too fresh. For the last week or so, it's been saying the contract expiration up here. Okay, well, I can't tell if there's how many people are watching or anything like that, so I guess I'll just plug along here. Oh, that's kind of, I don't know why it's doing that on OBS, but anyway. All the docks are working fine except the YouTube control panel dock, which just keeps saying select a stream, and I keep doing that and it says there's no stream, so we'll see what happens. Typically it's all automatic. We'll see what happens tonight when I put in the new one. Anyway, my approach to this business is, for anybody that doesn't come here a lot, I accept that this is a relatively random environment. There's millions of traders all expressing their opinion one way or another, right? And I also believe, look at this, tell me that's not news. And I also believe that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So that's, Trump started talking about, yeah, there you go, look at there. He's supposed to have come online at 2 o'clock, and guess what? So the war's over, we won, there's peace in the world. Hey. Grillet, how are you? Welcome. I was just getting ready to do that. 1400 every day. I usually do kind of a run through of the philosophy here and how I back test and vet setups. And I was just talking with Anton about what the hell that was. So let's take a quick look. I'm sure it's got to have something to do with somebody saying something. Boom, 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 boom. Well, I don't know what that could have been. I guess maybe the Fitch rating not derating America any further might have been part of it, but that's been 15 minutes ago, so that's a little surprising. That was pretty suspicious timing, exactly at 2 o'clock to have a 25-point spike, huh? Or isn't it? 72, 82. Yeah. 20-point spike. Jesus. Now, something currently we're trading here on. I'm on the new rolled contract, the M contract, and Anton, for example, is still trading H. That's why there's when he talks about 67.22, that's the difference in the contract. If you want to do the math, or if you haven't rolled your contracts, it's 49.75, 49 3/4 ticks, points, I'm sorry, from the H to the M contract. You add that to every level until you switch to here. So we're talking about the M contract from the H contract. Now, if I go over here, you won't see these price levels and stuff because I'm not pushing them. But look at that. And here's that 22. Way above 22. Got up to 34, actually. Yeah, that was definitely a popperoonie there. Huh. So anyway, back to the, I am trying to be real disciplined about only trading vetted setups, and by that I mean a setup where I have identified a pattern that reoccurs frequently. I
have identified the parameters that I think validate the entry on that pattern, on that strategy or whatever level. And then I code up and backtest over a statistically significant data set to determine if that has an edge or not. The one I have done so far is the initial balance trade, which is initial balance high and low. And these would be the rules that validate that. And that's what I'm doing. So that would be here. Look at that pop. Yeah. Wow. What was that? Does anybody know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anyway. So these are the rules that I've figured out to validate that. There's 4 trades that you can do associated with the initial balance trades. First of all, there's an initial balance high and low, obviously. Then there is an initial balance continuation and an initial balance failure for each of the levels. So that's 4 trades, 2 of each for each level. And that's what these rules validate or identify and I hope accurately trade. Now this part up here is housekeeping. These are the actual rules and flags, like these A's, this A here, and the fact that price went up here and up there, and you know. Then this is trade management. So I worked out early on that I couldn't manually scroll back through the charts and identify each of those trades and, you know, copy them somehow that was a genuine and a valid with all the rules. In other words, the idea is you can't your data set cannot that you backtest can't be discretionary in any way. It's got to be exactly precise. Otherwise, you can't trade. You're not trading apples and apples. So that's what I attempt to do here. Now, here's the part that I like. You can look back 500 days on the MESH, and I've got to change this to the M. Contract now. And 500 days, and okay. Now, be sure you understand, I mean, I understand, and let me point out, I'm sure somebody already thought, well, the MES6 just started today. How can it go back 500 days? It uses the continuous contract. And there's what you do to backtest. The system just went through 223,531 1-minute bars. It validated every one of these rules on every one of these 223,000 bars, and it took trades or didn't or whatever was required. It turns out that it took 877 trades, net 14,971 bucks, long, short, maximum favorable excursion, maximum adverse excursion, amount of capital required, blah, blah, blah. You know, you can read for yourself. I'm not going to read it all. And then here's a real important one for backtesting that I use a lot. IRT doesn't like having to do 2 things at the same time. There you go. So
Of 877 trades, 536 of them were winners at $31.51. 151 were losers at $12.78. It's a 2.74% risk reward ratio and a 61% win rate. There's 41 consecutive winners and 5 consecutive losers. And this is a detailed report of each 877 trades, specifically the date, the time, the price, the entry, the result, and the exits and the results. Now that's data that, in my opinion, that's how you vet a trade. That's how you vet a setup. And I take it one more step to this right here. Every one of these rows is a back test, and above it is the ES, the mini, not the, I've got it filtered for just the micros. Every one of those rows is a back test. The instrument, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, T2, 2 contracts, trail the entry on T1, the hours, the hours from start and finish, trading hours, 498 contracts, 864. This is just coincidental. It's the same number almost. 523 winners, 31, 555, 155, 32, 71.30. These are scratch, by the way. R value, R factor, whatever you want to call it, risk to reward. Number of consecutive winners and losers. P&L. Didn't go far enough there. P&L and commissions and net. Now with that, I can lean on this thing to trade, and what you do, and what has happened to me recently was I had done exactly that and was trading in it, and it had done well, and all of a sudden something changed in the market, and I started getting, here was the consecutive winners and losers, for example. Let's get back to that one. This is an example. 41 winners and 5 losers, consecutive, okay? Once you're in a drawdown, you cannot change anything because it's within parameters. Well, once I got more than 5 consecutive losers or stops, and I actually went 7 to make sure, then you got to fall back and figure out what happened. So that's where I'm at. And I have a sizing method that it's systematic and mechanical to size up from micros to minis or vice versa. And that's all done here based on a predefined methodology. And that's the way I do that. So enough of that. I'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour. We'll have the market on close and balance at 1450. And I'm going to be busy trying to figure out what this goofiness was. Let me see what I can find. Take care, Anton. Yeah, try to be not under the bus tomorrow. But I feel a hell of a lot better now, I'll tell you. Whew. I guess it's possible that that could just be built up stops up here above the high for all of these times somebody thought it was going to go that way, but that seems pretty far-fetched, doesn't it? Especially when you got all the delta going on down here. Can have the market on close here, wrap up here in a few minutes. Typically, I stream from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time, Quillet. That's the pre-market and setup of everything from 8 to 8:30, and then the complete cash market from 08:30 till 1500 Central Standard Time. Hopefully I'll have the OBS all back on. I have all of the bits and pieces working right. These are systems that I'm back testing now to set up so that I can have them as my vetted trades. Seems pretty crazy to me. Pretty bizarre. But I don't see that over here. That's got me pretty puzzled. Oh wait, I don't want wrinkle bars, I want time per bar. There we go. All right, let's get on with the wrap up here. Well, it was a pretty wild and crazy day as far as everything goes. Here is the entire session. This craziness at 2 o'clock. Blue Boy over here is a just a vertical line that I slap on the first print of every day, each session, and that gives me a reference. If I see Blue Boy over here at the left, I know I've got the whole session in view, which is important for me. This is full session volume profile, and these are the Delta and the RTH session volume profile. Session prices, statistics. And I am trading the M contract. Rollover was today. This is IRT, my other charting platform. Notice that in the header of all of my IRT charts, there's the chart name, which is meaningless to you. There's the instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session in the heading of all of them. So there can be no question. This is my micro composite chart of the micro ES, and it's basically my high time frame chart, which is the RTH session only. And these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And that generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes, these red and green lines over here, and those push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices up here. Now I track the same configuration for the minis because I trade both back and forth. When I'm backtesting, it's important for me to point out that any backtesting here is within the IRT simulated environment. I don't trust my backtesting coding skills enough to push this stuff over to live trading. On IRT, on Bookmap, I should say, sorry. Over here in Bookmap, this is all live trading on my own personal finance account with AMP Futures, funded by me. So there you go. Okay, back to the wrap up here. So I have a couple of actually two news sources. Why this isn't, there we go. Two news sources, and this is the investing.com. You'll notice it's free. That's why there's these ads floating around, and I leave it that way on purpose so that anybody coming through the stream could take advantage of them. Relay, for example, you. And investing.com only brings into the calendar and tracks known, typical, standard economic events. You can filter it for wherever you live, whatever time zone you're in, and whichever reports you're interested to know about, whatever country or vice versa. There's also earnings calendar here. And you can also look at reports or earnings releases, tomorrow, this week, next week, whatever. And notice something about investing.com. Notice how the event title changes to a URL. If you don't know what the Canadian CPI is all about, you can click on that and it'll take you to a web page and show you the current releases and what it's all about and who puts it out and all that kind of stuff. A lot of information, a lot of good information. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. Now, here's what they do that I really appreciate. They pull all this non-typical events, I guess you could call them, into their calendar whenever they become scheduled, so that because they recognize that these things could have definite risk to our auction. Right now we're doing this thing, and you see these guys down here, right? So I appreciate that very much, because we are not really traders. What we are really is risk managers. Your first job as a trader or risk manager is to preserve your account, and then to grow it, obviously. The second, and the only way you can preserve your account, is to manage risk. If you don't know about risk, you can't manage it. You can't have a plan in place. So it's really important. Now, on the right side is more of a squawk box, where we will have market on close and balance orders, for example, in this side over here. And we'll watch for that. And this has been a crazy day, so I would say I'll be glad when the rollover's behind us and we're moved squarely onto the new contract, which is basically data or volume driven. So here you see that the M contracts now have greater volume than the H. M higher than the H, you see, by significant amount. I'll remove these H contracts off my quote page because, as far as I'm concerned, once volume has surpassed previous contract, the roll is finished. That's typically the way everybody looks at it. And we'll stand by for the market on close and balance, which we should see by some sort of action over here, and I'm still dying to know what this thing was all about. Something happened, but I don't know what. I hope all my stuff starts working all right. So let's sweat and see what we get here. I still got 3.5 minutes for the MOC, but we'll see what happens. not expecting this to be any kind of a big deal, but you never know. See what happens. This market on close and balance is a event that happens every day at 1450. All right, 30 seconds, basically. And there you go. Talk about a nothing burger. Well, that is a quintessential nothing burger right there. Nothing. But I guess that makes sense because it's the first day of rollover, so there's probably not a lot of activity. I suppose they got a lot of that cleaned up last Friday. I don't know. I have no idea why that would be, but absolutely nothing. Let's watch and see what pops up over here. There they are. So it's a 242 million sell side S&P, 551 million sell side NASDAQ. They're all sell side. Interesting. 130 million sell side the Dow, and the Mag 7 is 248 million sell side. These are the market on close and balance. All right, so there you go. That's all the official hootenandy that goes on during this stream. I really appreciate you coming by. Crowley, thanks a lot for dropping in. If you please, hit a thumbs up and subscribe, that'd be great. Remember that I stream every morning from 8 o'clock when we set up all the software and everything here, and trading ability, etc. And then go over the live market and the pre-market and establish identify the statistics for the respective price levels, and then trade live the entire cash session. So welcome. I really appreciate it. I appreciate anybody that comes through and contributes. That's great. Also, another thing to take on board here that I try to do every day is it's important to understand that the most critical tool you have in your trading office is you. We spend so much time and money and effort and everything on monitors and software and, indicators and all that kind of thing. Stop and think about it. Your eyes take in all the data, your brain processes all the data, and you use that to make financial decisions for yourself and your family. If either of those two things fail, big problem. You need to make sure you're well rested, well hydrated, exercise, and as fit as you possibly can be. And if you're on emotional tilt, don't consider trading. This is a highly competitive business, and the people on the other side of your monitor are extremely well educated, extremely well paid, more than well supported and funded, and their only job when they come to work every day is to be on the winning side of the trade. You need to remember that we are in a zero-sum business. For every trade, for every seller, there is a buyer, and vice versa. Whenever you place a trade, someone's on the other side of that trade taking the opposite position. It's impossible to have more buyers than sellers, for example, or the other way around in futures. So you need to recognize that the majority of the people or the counterparty to your trades is perhaps a well-developed computer. About 85% of the trades, they say, are computerized now, especially market maker. Or, traders who are extremely well-educated and well-paid, and their only job is to have the side they take be the winning side, which means you're on the losing side. So you need to be really on your A game. And I appreciate coming by very much. Remember, 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500 every day. I appreciate it. If it's at all interesting to you or helpful, like and subscribe. I am not monetized by YouTube in any way. So I would really appreciate that. And I very definitely appreciate you contributing in the chat. Antonio, Curle. Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. Got about 3 minutes here, so just going to take it into the close. I remember now, this is not the close of the session. The session's got another hour to go. That's where we had that big bump last Friday in that last 15 minutes. And we've got, I don't know who the hell we've got on deck for all these. I guess now we've got Vance and Trump and then we're going to have, at the top of the hour, he's going to have a meeting with the ambassador from Japan, apparently. I don't know what this I don't know what signing time means. I'm going to sign more of those stupid, what do you call them, I guess, something. What has he been calling those order things, executive orders or whatever? I don't know. It used to be, very seldom would you hear an executive order. The signing used to be bills. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Okay, a minute and a half. Remember, also let me point out that you need to take a break every couple hours during the day and get away from the screens, get outside, get some natural light, focus down, focus off into the horizon somewhere. Give your eyes a rest. That's a big help. It's huge, actually. All right, there you go. There's the bell. There is 1500. 7 hours on the stream. I'll be back at 0800 in the morning. I appreciate it very much coming by. As I said, like and subscribe. Corley, like and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for dropping in. See you tomorrow, I hope. All the best.